Good. There was too much food. I couldn't eat everything. And for those who brought the dishes, thank you so much for sharing your love through cooking. Really appreciate that. So we are starting the second half of today's program. And I have here on my left Erin Gamble. Iron, sorry. I meant to say that. We've just been talking about her name, this really interesting story about how she got her name from her father. You can share that story. It sounds better coming from you than me. And then Michael Derry. And they are both members with the Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'i here in Gainesville. They're going to tell you a little bit about who they are personally, and then they'll move into their presentation. So thank you.
Is this on? Do I need to flip the switch? Hello, testing. Hello?
How do we say her name again? It's Iron. Iron.
Oh, there we go. Hi, everybody. Okay, Iron.
Okay.
Oh, just want to clarify one thing. We're not members of the Spiritual Assembly. We're just
We're
regular,
members of the-
regular old Baha'is. We're just members of the community.
Okay, so where should I start? First, it's really nice to be here and right there. Okay, I'll get used to that. I can start with Iron. We were talking about my name, and my dad came up with it when he was 16. He put it in his wallet and waited, and here I am. So oftentimes people see my name and it's Erin or some form of that, and it's actually Iron. So I have been in the Gainesville area my entire life. I was born in Gainesville. I've moved and come back, and I've raised children here, and I am a member of the Gainesville Baha'i community, and I have my husband and I met here in Gainesville in '95. He had 4 children. I had 3 children, and we raised a very large family of 5 boys and 2 girls. And now it's a joy. We've got grandchildren, and we spend a lot of time doing family things. As far as what I do now, I'm in real estate. So that makes me kind of who I am. And Michael?
Hi, I'm Michael. Yeah, okay, hello there. See some familiar faces. Yeah, Michael Derry. I come originally from Colorado. That's where my family's from. So raised among the cowboys they were. So I anyway grew up in Miami, which is a whole different place. And went back and forth between the two worlds. So I was a pediatric primary care nurse and public health nurse for 25 years. But I've been a musician for more since '66. I think I had my first real job getting paid in 1969, and have played ever since. So that's about me. Yeah, you want to say the prayer? We thought we'd open up with should I do the song first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do this one.
Here's a song I wrote. This is a prayer said by children all over the world. and I wrote a little bit to it from the perspective of the child. Okay, test 1, test, okay. It's called Oh God Guide Me. Oh God guide me, protect me, illumine the lamp of my heart. Make me a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Oh God, guide me, protect me, illumine the lamp of my heart. And make me a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and powerful. When I say this prayer every morning, and I recite it late at night. I can feel God's protection surround me, and I'm bathed in His light. So I said, oh God, guide me, protect me, illumine the lamp of my heart. Nice. And make me a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and powerful. 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 Okay, that's our presentation for today. I'm sure you got a lot from it. Yeah, music always opens the hearts up.
So if I would like to just say a prayer, if that's okay. We'll start with a prayer, and then we'll get into our presentation. And this is a prayer on humanity. O thou kind Lord, O thou who art generous and merciful, we are servants of thy threshold and are gathered beneath the sheltering shadow of thy divine unity. The sun of thy mercy is shining upon all, and the clouds of thy bounty shower upon all. Thy gifts encompass all. Thy loving providence sustains all. Thy protection overshadows all. And the glances of thy favor are cast upon all. O Lord, grant thine infinite bestowals, and let the light of thy guidance shine. Illumine the eyes, gladden the hearts with abiding joy. Confer a new spirit upon all people, and bestow upon them eternal life. Unlock the gates of true understanding, and let the light of faith shine resplendent. Gather all people beneath the shadow of thy bounty, and cause them to unite in harmony, so that they may become as the rays of one sun, the waves of one ocean, and as the fruit of one tree. May they drink from the same fountain. May they be refreshed by the same breeze. May they receive illumination from the same source of light. Thou art the giver, the merciful, the omnipotent. Abdul Baha.
I think we don't have the PowerPoint going here, so we don't have the PowerPoint going, but this wants to wander back on my head. All right, Houston control. We're back into control of it. The real, just give me that. Okay, well, we can start. I can walk around and show you this picture. The key concept in the Baha'i faith, the core concept, is unity. That's something that's familiar to you all. And so it all starts with these three onenesses, three of them. And the first one is the oneness of religion. Or they're all three. There's no first one. There's just three of them. Look at each one however you want. And so the way that we see the history of religion is that it's one process that's come in stages, progression through the history of humankind. When you think about that, we think, here's an analogy I like. You can compare mankind like a developing person from childhood to adulthood. We see in previous times, the human family didn't have a capacity to understand what the whole world was, or many things that were veiled they had to learn. And the religions have all come, the founders have all come to help guide that process. To Baha'i belief, from Baha'u'llah, I had read and he taught that each of these we call them manifestations of God, they're like the rays of the sun, has come to bring an eternal message, that there is a creator, that we have been created. All of this has been created by this loving creator. And the golden rule comes from that. That's in all the religions, right? So the other part has to do with the progression of humanity. Hey, Tom. And so progression is like a school. So let's say all the manifestations went to the school, to the University of God. Oh, we're on. Yay. Here we go. Hold on. Anyway, so there's the picture of it. And so each one of these, Krishna, Moses, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Baha'u'llah, are essentially the same spirit, according to Baha'i teachings. But they've come to bring the unified message of God and our relationship to God and each other, and a golden rule, which is the core relationship that works, right? So we have let's say the teacher. All the teachers know calculus. They've all come from the University of God, and they go to the first grade. Does that teacher teach calculus to the first grade? No, it teaches. Right, exactly. It teaches numbers, counting, and maybe some adding, subtraction. That's the prerequisite for calculus. That's preparing humanity to go on to be able to fulfill itself, its destiny. So as you go along through the different grades, the math gets more complex, and you can start doing things with it. You can measure things, and you can build things until we get to the end of college, and you now know calculus. You can do with that. But it's been the same thing the whole way, numbers. So the laws are essentially the same in the way they fulfill, they continue. The purpose of all the laws are the same, to bring us together and to help an ever-advancing civilization. So the 6-year-old can count sheep, and the college student can make computers. It's still numbers. Okay, I think that's it. If you have questions, if you want to write them down or just blurt them out anyway. It's fairly important.
Okay, so like chapters of a book, each religion can be likened to chapters of one never-ending book. Religions are inherently one, and that truth is revealed by God progressively through a series of divine messengers. Each chapter is needed for the next to exist. Each chapter builds on the previous chapter's foundation. Each religion brought the remedy needed for issues of that time and place. As the world and needs of humanity change, new guidance is needed. The guidance does not negate the previous guidance, but rather builds on the same truths that are now tailored to the needs and capacities of the current day and age.
We can hold the questions until later if you want. Yeah, I'm thinking that's probably not a good idea. We won't get through it. So write your questions down. I'm a little confusing, I know. Write that one down. That's a great discussion. I love that one. Let's see here. Okay, so the next one is the oneness of God. And I found this wonderful description about that. And I'll go through this and we can look at that as well. The oneness of God, called by different names throughout the ages, the eternal God, the creator of the universe, is limitless, all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-loving. God is one. Just like the painting cannot know the reality of the painter, the essential reality of God is beyond human understanding, but we find expressions of God's attributes in every created thing. So there's a linkage that we all have. Baha'u'llah said, the peoples of the world of whatever race or religion derive their inspiration from one heavenly source and are the subjects of one God. And so that's a core belief also. We're back to the unities. And this all reduces fighting, doesn't it? We tend to fight over somebody's concept of God being different than somebody else's, somebody's view of a religion as being exclusive or something. But these these oneness seem to resolve all that very nicely. That's how I see it anyway. Back to the slideshow. Hang on.
So we believe in the unity of religion, all religions. Baha'i belief in the concept of progressive revelation means that all major religions are true in their uncorrupted form. Baha'is believe in close association with people of all religions. Religion should be the cause of goodness and connection, not dissension and discord. Baha'is are to consult, share, learn alongside those of other religions, which is why we're here, rather than proselytize.
Okay, as it says, Baha'is believe the world is one human family. I think anthropology proved that pretty well. And what we see this is a family that has unity in diversity. This is really key. We don't tolerate differences. We love differences. Thank you. That's Unity's belief also. I thought so. But as you think about, as a member of Unity, you think about what that does. When you go to council together for solve a problem, the greater the diversity, probably the more clear, the better the answer is going to be. The different perspectives of each individual, ethnic group, individual, families, whatever, those are the adornment of the garden, the different colored flowers. If they were all one color, the garden is not only pretty boring, but it's not as strong and healthy either. Unity does not equal uniformity. So cultural expression is protected in the Baha'i faith. We don't have a lot of tradition. Traditions tend to be cultural. So often each culture has its own expression of these teachings. And that's part of the universal quality. And so all of this creates more unity. The variety in the human race is celebrated and needed. There we go, back to that theme. So unity here is doing the same thing. You're here to celebrate and find that we need each other, right? Okay.
So Abdu'l-Baha says, and let it be known once more that until woman and man recognize and realize equality, social and political progress here or anywhere will not be possible. Baha'is believe that women and men are equal, both socially and spiritually.
Back to you. This just in. One of the ways we practice this unity, what's happening? Oh, somebody's phone is talking. Hello. One of the teachings in the Baha'i faith about unity of men and women, there's something that's remarkable. If you have only enough money to educate one child and you have a boy and a girl, which do you think should be educated? Who should be educated with it? Well, the oldest. Okay, and maybe we'll find out why or whatever. How about the girl? So in the Baha'i faith, if you have money to educate one, you have a boy and a girl, the girl takes precedence because she's the educator of the next generation. And every generation is on the foundation of an educated mother. So that's also part of the equality of men and women, isn't it? Okay, is this mine? Independent investigation? Was that yours? Okay. Okay, so independent investigation of truth. Baha'is believe in personally investigating and learning spiritual and religious truth. By independent is meant pursuit freed from superstition, dogma, ignorance, bigotry, prejudice, intolerance, egotism, and selfishness. That's a pretty heavy statement there. Every individual, Abdu'l-Baha, the son of Baha'u'llah, He said, every individual member of humankind is exhorted and commanded to set aside superstitious beliefs, traditions, and blind imitation of ancestral forms in religion and investigate reality for himself, him or herself. Inasmuch as the fundamental reality is one, all religions and nations of the world will become one through investigation of reality. So a little bit of investigation I did, I found out the golden rule is in all the religions. So how can religion be a cause of discord? Can't. So it's not religion if it's doing that, right? I call myself a cloud, but I don't have qualities of the cloud, so maybe I'm not a cloud. Oh, sorry. Okay, and then she gets two. Harmony of science and religion. I come from a scientific background. My grandparents all rejected the superstitious notions that came out of how people were practicing religions in this day. Nothing about the founder or the core, but something about how it's being expressed. And they both recognized there was a lot of superstition and a lot of don't ask questions. So they left because they wanted to ask questions. And my great-grandmother was slapped a lot until she finally just got up and left. And they pursued science and discovered that there's a truth in science, right? That's how we got from numbers, from adding to computers. There's some real solid things you find out here in the physical world. So that's my background. But then I become the first one in the family to be part of a religion. And my father used to go, how in the world? And so we talked, and he was going, finally, he says, I see. That makes sense. The Baha'i faith tends to make sense as you look at it. And he said, that's good. So religion without science can be superstitious, right? Can tend to be. And science without religion can be unmoored. There's no value. It's all given zero value. So you end up with an atomic bomb rather than, power plants initially, the first exposure. So religion kind of gives us a lot of why you do things, and science gives a lot of how you do it. And so that's my take on it. It says here, if religion does not agree with science, it is superstition and ignorance, for God has endowed man with reason in order that he may perceive reality. The different symbols of the faiths of the world. You have them hanging up in the next room. Yeah, their flags behind us. There they are. So they all represent different faiths: Christianity, Judaism, Islam. That would be Buddhism, Krishna. Oh, probably that's Zoroaster, and I wish I knew what they all were. And there's a Baha'i there. So these are the religions, and they're all the one with the 9-pointed star next to Christianity and across from Judaism. Yeah. 9 is the number of fulfillment. So it's the last of the numbers before you go around. So you see how they're all together. That's a great picture, how they all work together. Oh, there you go.
So back to education. And there's something that I think Michael covered.
Shut up. It's okay to repeat things.
So, universal education. Education holds an important place in the new order of things. The education of each child is compulsory. If there's no money enough in a family to educate both the girl and the boy, the money must be dedicated to the girl's education, for she is the potential mother. Baha'is believe that education must be accessible to all, both academic and moral, spiritual. There's a quote from Baha'u'llah. Arts, crafts, and sciences uplift the world of being and are conducive to exaltation. Knowledge is as wings to a man's life and a ladder for his ascent. Its acquisition is incumbent upon everyone. The knowledge of such sciences, however, should be acquired as can profit the peoples of the earth. That one's me. So Baha'is believe in the elimination of the extremes of wealth and poverty. The inordinate disparity between rich and poor, a source of acute suffering, keeps the world in a state of instability, virtually on the brink of war. The solution calls for the combined application of spiritual, moral, and practical approaches. And I think I'll let you read at the very bottom. No, well, it's up there, so we'll leave that for them to read. Mm-hmm. All right. And that's
So unity obviously requires confronting your prejudices and getting them eliminated. Where are they? Where do they live in me? How do I make that a force that's no longer happening? Acceptance of the oneness of humanity demands that prejudice, whether racial, religious, or gender related, must be eliminated. So it's acceptance is they're one and the same. Baha'is believe that foregoing strong relationships with people from all walks of life is an antidote for prejudice. So we tend to, the way the Baha'i faith is organized is you don't choose a church. You don't choose necessarily the people you're going to be worshiping with. It's arranged so that every Baha'i within a locality goes through a process of electing its guiding body. There's no clergy, but there is an administrative order. It's election through plurality vote. You can't campaign for yourself or anyone else. Because we do all the work, because there's nobody doing the work for us, we get to know each other's qualities. There's a well-trained mind. This one's got ability. This is a person who's self-sacrificing a little bit. You know, all the prerequisites, we keep that in ourselves. We look at that, and then we get together every year, and we vote in private for 9 people to serve on the assembly. There's that 9 number. And nobody knows who you voted for. And so you end up getting people of capacity who have shown capacity. And usually that's a very diverse body. I've been on assemblies that Persian, people from India, African descent, German, people who have different levels of professionals. So this idea of mining the strength of diversity is right there. And we practice in such a way that when you have an idea, you bring to the problem you're trying to solve. When you bring an idea, you put it on the table and you let go of it. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the group. That's really hard. We tend to come in with, I think I have the right idea. Something may happen, a decision may be that you don't totally agree with. But unity is so important that once the group comes with a decision, hopefully by unity, all agree, then you all wholeheartedly try to put that in action. And if you retain the unity and there's no split in the group, you'll all pretty quickly see if it's not a great decision. And you get back together with that unity and you do the process again. And time and again, I've seen how really inspired decisions happen quickly in the world to help governments solve big problems. The Baha'is, National Spiritual Assemblies have been called on. So that makes you, this is a process that helps you to let go of prejudices because you're kind of forced into a situation where you have to love each other's, the diversity. All right, people. This is where the rubber meets the road. It's happening all over the world. And it's how do we help communities to become stronger spiritually first and then materially? Because when you're strong spiritually, you tend to solve problems better and create a healthy environment, right? Okay. So it starts really, there's a process. There's children's classes, junior youth groups, study circles, which can evolve into all kinds of activities, but it folds around, around on itself. And each of these activities is geared towards service. The children are taught to develop virtue. It's a core part of the program. Everyone's welcome. It's not just for Baha'is. In parts of the world, 30% of the people who are doing this program are not Baha'is. And they're wholeheartedly doing it because we don't have a concept of two humanities. So it's for everybody and anybody who likes this and can see something that'll work. So then they go to a group of what we call junior youth group. It's 11 to 14. And here it says, you tap into the young people's acute sense of justice, growing awareness and increased interest in profound questions through storytelling, discussion, recreation, arts, and service projects. Participants form healthy and productive patterns of behavior. They build discernment and decision-making skills and learn to address the needs of their communities. A lot of words there, right? Innate sense of justice. They want to help the world get better. They want to know how the world works. I've done junior youth groups, and you end up with this lovely group of kids who are that age, and you form it not as a teacher, but you're called an animator. And we present materials that helps them to learn to work together, to put value on an education. If they need help with reading or math, we can get that done. All of this, though, the focus is how do we serve our community with these skills? And they develop plans together, and I do not impose on them a plan or insist on my plan. I help them when they come up with ideas to turn that into reality, whether it works or not. The important thing is that they're doing the process. And it not working is sometimes the best thing that can happen because then they have to get back together and they learn to consult. Imagine your 11 to 14-year-olds functioning on that level, not problems. We create the problems by frustrating their innate sense of justice, their desire to know, their altruism. So the next step in this is the adults, and often it starts there. There's a program of study circles that helps to train us in ways of serving these different groups and gives us a spiritual foundation for service that brings us to unity. So this is happening all over the world, and some places it's a huge success. The governments are asking the Baha'is to develop their curriculum for their school systems because they see as communities that are thriving, where a few years back, these are communities that were collapsing. And I have a video about that if you're ever interested. This is a profound change that's happening. It's coming from this program. So I have a sense that the world is really going to get there. And I can start to see the steps.
There's one video at the very beginning of our presentation, and it says CBS. Will that play? If that will play, we'd like to play it. Yes.
There are now more than 100,000 Baha'i communities worldwide. CBS This Morning Saturday co-host Dana Jacobson. Follower of Glory. It was founded in 1844 in
Chance we
Iran,
could start
and
it
the
over?
religion teaches the oneness of all world religions with principles.
That's in Chicago.
In our series, World of Worship, we're exploring different ways people practice faith and religion around the globe. Today, we're taking a look at one of the fastest growing religions in the world, the Baha'i faith. There are now more than 100,000 Baha'i communities worldwide.
construction started in 1921.
Sits the oldest surviving Baha'i house of worship.
Every Baha'i temple has 9 sides, 9 doors, 9 gardens, and fountains.
What's the significance of 9?
9 is a symbol of completeness and unity.
Joyce Litoff was attracted to the Baha'i faith because she says it teaches what she already believes.
My mother was Jewish, my father was Catholic, and then I married a Jewish man, so I've actually lived in 2 religious communities.
Yeah.
And when I learned about the Baha'i faith that embraces the teachings of other religions, it made total sense to me.
The idea of oneness is carved into the temple's exterior, which includes the Jewish Star of David, the Christian cross, and the Star and Crescent of Islam.
And is the idea that this is encompassing all religions, all faiths?
Well, that's a little bit of a misconception that the Baha'i faith is a mishmash, that we believe everything. We believe in this progressive revelation that the teachings of these great spiritual teachers, they all had their time and place. And so we embrace the religions that came before.
Krishna. All right. Baha'is believe theirs is the religion of the future. Inside each temple, one dome representing one God.
Be generous in your days of plenty.
At least twice a day, there are prayer services with readings from various world religions, but no sermons and no clergy. That lack of ritual is partly what drew 28-year-old Matthew Cotton to the faith.
We lived in mostly all-black neighborhood.
He was raised Catholic on the south side of Chicago.
What did your mom think when you were coming here?
She was very supportive. At first she wanted to ask some clarifying questions that if this was a cult. And so, I told her to the best of my knowledge, it didn't seem like a cult to me.
Right.
That this really seemed like a global world religion of people engaging with their fellow citizens who weren't Baha'is in order to be of service to humanity.
What is the united community that the Baha'i faith is trying to achieve?
To me, building unity looks like creating opportunities for everyone to see themselves as part of one family. So
No matter race,
exactly.
no matter economic status,
Yes, exactly.
gender, anything.
Yeah, seeing each other first as souls.
We may come in different colors. We're humankind.
Music director Van Gilmer has been working toward racial justice since the Civil Rights era. In 1963, he participated in sit-ins in Greensboro, North Carolina.
The idea of one humanity is very attractive. We talked about it in my church. But my church is African American. That church in Greensboro, North Carolina is still African American. All the churches in Greensboro, North Carolina are either one race or another race. We say and we believe one thing, but when it comes to what we're doing about it, if we're not showing it, if we're not working at it,
Practicing.
then those were the things that influenced me to become a Baha'i.
Because there's no hierarchy in religion, Baha'is around the world elect at least 9 people to represent them in their local spiritual assemblies.
There are ministers. So the burden is back on the individual to not only read the writings that the best thing in my sight is justice.
Right.
To be just. Not to just read or have somebody talk about it to me, but try to figure out how I'm going to be just in the things that I do.
A community working toward justice by focusing on practicing instead of preaching.
Now, there are somewhere between 5 and 6 million Baha'is worldwide and about 177,000 here in the United States. There are 8 continental Baha'i temples, making it the 2nd most geographically diverse religion in the world, and that's behind
The
Christianity.
temples are really stunning.
They're
We would like to make time for questions if there are questions.
What about atheism? Okay. Atheism, I come from an atheist family. So I'm echoing. Oh. Some of the best Baha'is I know are atheists in how I see atheism. I don't believe in that God either. The one who brings war, supposedly. The one who brings conflict, supposedly. The one that suppresses people. The one that shows so much injustice by whatever. So that's been my approach to it as an atheist, that isn't God. So anyway, simple. Mm-hmm.
Acknowledges, says there is a God.
Yeah, they don't stay atheists, if you will. They're not.
Oh, okay.
It's I have atheists. I'm not sure is actually what it's called. What it is. Sometimes I think it's atheologists or a-churchists or something. So many that I've met, including my family, they hadn't cast out the obvious that somehow this is created, and we didn't do it. So the creator idea sure exists with the scientists, unless they're, I don't know what they're doing.
Personally, I think the burden of proof is on the theists, rather than saying, "Oh, it's just obvious."
Yeah. No. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
You've referred to some, I don't know if it's a person or a book. Perhaps you could say a little bit about, you said it started in Iran, I think. And can you tell me where it started and what, is there a book or something that these are from, or a person, or what?
There's a person. There isn't a book like the Bible or a book like the Quran. There are many writings, so I can't refer you to one specific book. Baha'u'llah is the prophet, the founder, if you'd like to call it that. I would say that's where it starts.
Where and when?
1844, Iran, Persia. Oh, that's true too. Baha'i.org, if you'd like to just do some searching. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's over 100 volumes, and it addresses so many. There is, the equivalent of like the Bible, Old and New Testament, so on. Baha'i writings are vast, and so the nice thing is you can look at something you're interested in and see what answers you get. So, yeah. So Baha'i.org, great place to go. As usual, there are websites out there that are full of nonsense. That one is certified. I can tell you that one's from the source. Any more questions?
Are you still on 19th Street off of 39th?
Yes. Yes, we are. Okay. And there's Larry, there's Sunday services. Where's Larry Newcomb? Larry showing us. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a Sunday service once a month. It's the third Sunday of the month. Yes, there is an opportunity to come to the Baha'i Center, which is it's the third Sunday of the month at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We covered different topics. It's not a church. It's not a religious service, so to speak. It's a service where you can learn more about the teachings of the Baha'i faith.
By the way, the building they're in was originally Unity Church in Gainesville. And now they're in that building.
There's a symbol of our strong bond with unity in the Baha'i faith. Long history. Any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have kind of a controversial thought that came to mind.
Okay. You want to use the mic?
So I have kind of a controversial thought that came to mind. You mentioned the golden rule, like treat others the way you want to be treated, being disparate from why wars are caused. And I was raised to kind of look at that as why wars are caused, because if you treat people the way you want to be treated, you're projecting your own beliefs onto them. And so treating people the way they want to be treated is my golden rule, and what I think could be the golden rule, but often isn't echoed in religious texts. Or and so I think because we are thinking other people need to operate the way we operate is why we create conflict with those people, that because they don't.
Yeah. I can agree. I can agree with that. That's why the emphasis really is on the process of finding out what other people need. It's a listening religion. So yeah, I agree. When you're projecting on somebody else your values, but everybody probably should be able to eat, kind of a thing. Yes. And by the way, I'm not an expert in any of this. Go to .org and to get even clearer answers. I am just a local Baha'i who's been around it a long time.
I'd like to piggyback on what he was saying, that you want for your brother what you want for yourself. Also, I wanted to mention in your list of oneness, where you mentioned Krishna, Moses, Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus, or whatever, I noticed that I didn't see Abraham. Is there any particular reason why?
No. There are more than are listed there. Those are just examples of religions most all of us know about, but Abraham is definitely. I was reading in Baha'u'llah's book called the Book of Certitude. I was reading this morning. So there's no reason it just didn't get up there. But Abraham is regarded also, and I was just reading this morning from Baha'u'llah about him and what he did and what his central position. So, yeah, this isn't comprehensive. Good. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes.
Do you still have Friday night meetings?
The race amity meetings or the dinners, you mean? We don't have the Friday night meetings anymore.
Okay.
We do have regular friendship services, but they're like once every 2-3 months. They're wonderful gatherings where we really celebrate diversity, and we bring out some of the historic context, and it's a real celebration. It isn't just sort of a, hey, we should honor each other. It gives you substance and gives you a place to express it. So those are called friendship services.
Right.
Okay.
So we got 2 hands.
Okay, one question real quick. Did I hear you say that the golden rule is not taught by any religions?
No, it's taught by all religions.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah. I'm muttering. There's a great thing I hung up at work that has all of the golden rules written in the original scripture, translated to English from all the religions. And everybody in the office liked it. Like, oh, that makes me feel good. We're not enemies.
I wanted to close the circle with one question. I had the honor to, since I was a teenager, to work with Baha'i friends all over the world. And I spent several years, 15, working with Holocaust survivors in Poland, and also the different religions that risked their lives to save Jews during Second World War. But I also worked in the 70s, 80s with tortured people from Latin America due to the military regimes and dictatorships in Latin America. And from many of those, I heard how they survived because Baha'i people in those countries, Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina, hid them in their homes. So I know that by the values and beliefs of the Baha'i, they did that job of saving people, but I also know about how persecuted and repressed and tortured Baha'is were in Iran. So my question is, how is the situation of Baha'is in Iran today?
It's not good. This persecution comes in waves. And right now, there's another wave. The response of the Baha'is is the most interesting thing. They do not, there's no retribution. Anything they do is using the international system of justice. They are called out by the international community because the Baha'is let the world know what's happening. But they themselves do not fight back. They protect, they give legal argument, they do everything they can to stop it without becoming subversive or combative, etc. But it's not going well. So say your prayers. These, as you know, these are good folk.
Thank you.
Going back to the young man who spoke about do unto others, I gave a talk a couple years ago about that very same thing, and I illustrated it with a little story about a dog who was crossing a river from one side to the other, and he picked up a fish. And he took the fish to the other end, and he pushed the fish on the ground, and the fish started to die and said, "Why did you do that to me?" And he said, the dog said, "Well, I wanted you to go to the other side where I wanted to go so I could be saved." But the fish said, "But because you did that, I'm going to die. I can't be on land. I have to be on water."
So with that outcome in the final analysis, did the dog actually do the golden rule? Yeah, yeah. So what does it require? Getting to know what the other person needs. That's the side of the golden rule we're talking about here. That's how it works. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I agree. If you're imposing. Yes, in the back. Yeah, people want to be heard. So treating that way is listen. Find out what they need. Isn't that what everybody wants? So. Well, you know, I don't know about that.
So.
Would that be the golden rule? Would that be the best thing? Yeah.
So this.
That's a great comment, though. I love it.
This is a very interesting discussion because the whole point of today is to create relationships so that you have the comfort level to ask the other person, what do you want? What do you need? You know, you may not get the answer you want back, but that's also part of the relationship.
You start a
equation,
process.
right? Yes.
And I appreciate your comment, really above all, because it got us going in down a track that I hadn't thought about. So thank you.
Michael, Iron, thank you so much for sharing your beliefs with us. So now we're going to take a 10-minute break for setup for the next speaker. And please come back on time so we can start dancing sooner.
Go take a brain break. Yeah, let me get it out of here. But if you need it first, no, I'm going to move this if you. No, I got it. Tom and I can talk later.
Okay, I just need.
We communicate all the time. Yeah, let me go to. Hey, Michael, you're going to be chasing rabbits? Yeah. Yay.
Now, my question is, that's great.
Yep, that's great. Let me know.
Is this about right? Is that too, see, to me it's too much.
We can turn the levels down back there. So we'll turn the levels down so it won't be too much.
Okay, so this will be good.
honey?
Test. Test.
Well, I just can't get through because people are everywhere that I can't walk by. Ask the black, handsome man that's talking to Phyllis. Ryan. Okay, let's see what can happen here. I'm going to do what you taught me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what's happening is wait a minute. Let me back out. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, I need to get into a site first.
Right.
There's the image. And now that's up, okay? And okay. Now, what I'm hoping is that Lori is on board with the CDs and everything here. She's going to be taking care of this. I wanted to just make sure that I got this far because when I was here doing it on my own on some day, I don't even know when I was in here. I think it was Thursday. I couldn't get it to connect. And I think it was because the TV was off. Would that be possible?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so right now, that's what we need. Now, the other question I have is how do we keep this alive? I'm moving it too much. How do we keep it alive? Wait a minute. What just walked that way? This cannot be in the sanctuary. I'm so sorry. Coffee is not appropriate in the sanctuary. Could we please have water in the sanctuary? No, it's very good. No, I'm very sorry, but
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Problem solved.
yeah, the rug was just cleaned or attempted to be cleaned, but we have problems, you know.
Thank you for telling us.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
How does it stay on?
So
So it wants to go to sleep, but I can't put it on right now because I'm going to be going to the website after this. So then I want to go back. I want to go Picture Gurmai website back to Gurmai, and then it should stay on. But then I don't know how to do that. So
change the setting.
So if you'll stay here long enough for that first 10 minutes to happen, then you can show Lori how to keep it to stay.
It's just a setting, and we got to change it right here.
But if you change the setting here, won't that mean I can't get to the website?
Yeah. Display.
So we're thinking have it on for about 20 minutes.
No, it shouldn't lock.
But I can still get back to my website?
Yeah.
Wow. Got it. Good. All right, now what do I do? Don't screw it up, Rupali. Think. Okay. Look at me. You are an excellent teacher.
You've learned quickly.
I'm learning by willfulness. I mean, really, I'm energized to be in the world I'm in. Other people ignore it, but I try not to do that.
Yeah.
This means a lot.
I'm glad that it's working.
All right, I'm going to leave this right here for Lori. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to. If you want to go, I need to just go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back in. Hello, honey. No, no, you. I go to the bathroom with the son, right? Okay, so it won't work. Okay. Okay, go to the bathroom with the son. Empty your hands. You get the honor of sticking this not on my hip, but see where the seam is? If you put it just behind that seam, like right about in here, it has to get on my pantyhose and my pants, because the pants are too light to hold it up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I'm trying to, there it is.
Now, the biggest thing is that when I put that down, this doesn't look funky. Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Such a way from my work. Meditations about equality, equity. All of the principles that I'm listening to are what my yoga teacher, Ramai Chidalasana, teaches. She is based in India, or was it? But it's Kashmir Shaivism, so it's not traditional Hinduism, which has separation in the caste system. In the caste system and in the way they treat women. That's not in my tradition. Yeah. Okay. If you would put on the tape, and then turn it up a bit, and it will be a segue. We'll just let it be a segue. I need a mirror. Remember to get me down, okay?
Get you down. Yes.
Okay.
Just on the levels.
I should be on. Double check me, because I went to the bathroom, and that was an event.
Yep, you're good. Perfect.
Okay.
Hear you next.
Yeah, boy, talk about a tough act to follow.
You'll do it. You do it great.
Ring the bell outside, and people ring the bell outside, and then people inside will hear it. I'm on. until it's time. Mm. We could swap chairs. I could be next to them. Yeah, okay. Isn't 2 o'clock early?
Yes. No, don't worry, you're on.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Your name?
David Bowl, Lama Lozan. Lama Lozan. I'm on this
I know you're next. You're next.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you would.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Okay, so our next presentation is Living the Siddha Yoga Path with Reverend Dr. Rupali Robinson. So, give him the. Okay, we're ready to start the presentation. Thank you, Gary. All right. So Reverend Dr. Rupali Robinson, here to my right, she is a board member here at Unity. She has a master's and a doctorate in world religions, and the title of her dissertation was Healing Matters. Who we think we are is how we heal. She has chosen to worship and study with the spiritual representatives of 5 religions, Catholicism, Protestantism, Judaism, Buddhism, and Hinduism for over 40 years. She was raised since birth in New Thought, whether in Mary Baker Eddy's Christian Science, Ernest Holmes, formerly named Religious Science, or the Fillmore's Unity Science. She has embodied the New Thought principles and verified the truth of these teachings through the unifying experience of meditation, specifically Siddha Yoga meditation. I'm going to let her tell you more about that. But since the 70s, Rupali has lived or done seva in various Siddha Yoga ashrams across this nation and the globe. Boston, New York, Santa Rosa, Madison, Albuquerque, London, Paris, Heidelberg, Ganeshpuri. You get around, lady.
Yes.
So we are very pleased to hear Dr. Rupali.
Like the Baha'i faith, Siddha Yoga is a unifying faith. It's a meditation practice that honors all races, all religions, all ethnicities, all cultures. And I need to have the mic turned down from the back, please. Thank you. I have a very powerful voice that does carry. And I am just so grateful. The segue from that piece is just so perfect. Again, I do need a little less mic, please. How about here? Help me out. This is my first time using the headset piece because I'm trying something new. I was just sharing. Lower it. Keep talking to me, Larry. Go ahead, down there. Is that it? Hello. Testing.
I love the help. What I'm trying to honor in myself is a willingness to be vulnerable and a willingness to continue opening to things that are uncomfortable and unfamiliar to me. And so this is all new. Having a little head mic like this is all new to me. I usually use the handheld. So I am grateful to be here sharing just a glimpse of what City Yoga has meant in my life. We all have markers in our lives, an event that has brought us a great jubilation or maybe a great tribulation. But they are the watershed moments. And these moments we identify and then measure our lives as before and after that moment. And this is what meeting my Guru, Guru Mai Chidvilasananda, her full name, Guru Mai Chidvilasananda. The name simply means the play of consciousness and bliss. And the website I just wrote up here is the cityyoga.org website, and that's where we're headed right now. I'm just going to show you the cover page of that. It says birthday bliss because this is Guru Mai's birthday. She was born in June 24th. And her gift to us, and anyone can access this site, it's public, is the virtues. So all month she has been bringing forth the gift of a virtue. Today's is quietness. But if you notice, there's other, go back, there it is, it starts off with abundance, balance, compassion, courage, devotion. And as you can see, these are all simply the highest attributes or the virtues that we wish to embody. And so as you come down, the 15th is quietness. And so what she is about, what Guru Mai is about, is that all of her devotees, all of her people, simply embrace the fullness of their life, the potentiality that we have, recognizing that God dwells within me as me. I am that. Twat Pham Asi. I am that. And so we recognize that even in the scriptural Bible and other teachings, we see that the names of, one of the name at least of God is I am that I am. And so City Yoga brings together, just as the Baha'i faith as was being presented, all traditions, and it enhances each one. That is why I can be here as the Vice President of the Board of Trustees of Unity, and yet be fully aligned to the truth of my being, and be a devotee of this delightful being named Guru Mai. That is her affectionate name. And so I'm going to simply believe that you're going to get it a little bit better if I just offer the practices of chanting and meditation. I will speak briefly about my beginnings with this one, because it is pretty unique. And then I'll ask for questions. Rado had known that I had been to India to study and travel with this one. And so when he asked me was to talk about what being on the Siddha path has brought to my life. The Siddha path for me, at the beginning, gutted my world. It is the correct verb. And now fuels my transformation in my inner and outer worlds as I remain close to the practices. Please note that I do not say the path of yoga, for there are so many paths of yoga, and that was being reflected even when we were talking about the other face of Judaism. There's so many flavors. However, Siddha yoga exists because of this. There is a realized being at the head of the lineage. It is the first time in the history of Siddha yoga it has been in the form of the feminine. It is the first time it's been in the form of the feminine. Siddha yoga is a Maha yoga. for it represents the 8 limbs of Patanjali Sutras yoga. In that, it talks about the yoga of love, bhakti yoga, the yoga of knowledge, jnana yoga, the yoga that comes from movement, hatha yoga. That's what everyone thinks yoga is, the breath, the blocks, the postures. But there's other aspects. Kama yoga is the yoga of action, being in service, working in the world, bringing forward a greater reality, not just for this one, but for others. Always recognizing how to be in service. Siddha Yoga then is one of those attractive yogas that whatever you love, you will find. Many traditions, we just did that, I'm not going to touch it, have enlightened masters. I just want to throw out the name though, the Baal Shem Tov, because he's someone that I've studied in the Jewish tradition. There are so many saints of traditions, and there are so many initiations. And in kind, there's the consistent thread of those initiations having a creative, supreme life force behind them. The ki, the chi, the prana, the shakti, the Holy Ghost, the Great Spirit. Here in this environment, we call it the Christ present within. But it does not matter what you call that creative life force, it is in all traditions. Because Siddha Yoga has the need to have a head of the lineage, it has been going on for centuries. Guru Mai had to be initiated by her teacher, Swami Muktananda. Swami Muktananda had to be initiated by his teacher, Bhagawan Nityananda, and it goes back for centuries. The purpose of a siddha is to awaken the Kundalini Shakti within the seeker. The siddha guides and channels the seeker to their unfolding. What it is, therefore, for me, my life on the siddha path is this refinement of that inner glory that was revealed to me to attain the goal of merger with the Absolute, to recognize that I am one with the divine. This is through grace and self-effort. Having a guru is a hard concept for many. Even the word is alien and may seem superfluous or sacrilegious. I recognize that, for that was where I was. I was fiercely independent and believed all gurus were fakes, were there to take your money and take your will away. I didn't realize that the true meaning of guru was one who leads you from the darkness to the light. At the time, I was addicted to alcohol and drugs. I was smoking too much pot. I was dulling the despair. I was searching for belonging, hope, peace, comfort, outwardly. My life was a constant drama. And I once had the recognition that it could be reflected in song titles. I can't get no satisfaction. Or, is that all there is? Peggy Lee. Looking for love in all the wrong places. There was such emptiness and lack of purpose, I attempted suicide twice. 2 dear friends, Phyllis and Marie, so tired of listening to my miserable life, asked me, tricked me, to go on a camping trip on Labor Day weekend. Wonderful, to the Catskill Mountains. I was in Indian summer weather, fall colors, my friends with me. Great. We didn't go camping. We were going to a 3-day meditation intensive, a retreat at Sri Muktananda Ashram, South Fallsburg, New York, with Guru Mai Chidvilasananda. I was livid. But after receiving Shaktipat, I recognized I was very blessed to have such friends. 3 days, and I was not the same, and my reality was changed permanently. During Shaktipat, I became aware of my innocence, my purity. I felt a fountain of love pouring through me that felt like warm honey, going into the crevices of my woundedness and my brokenness. I felt it throughout my heart and mind and soul, and what remained was my conviction I was loved. I was loving, and I was lovable. And in that moment, I also was gifted the vision of scintillating, unbounded love and effulgent light. The Baha'i speaker and the speaker that was this morning, Pashma, talked about the light anointing you. I was anointed. I was one with the energy and light of the universe. The universe dwelled within me. I knew this. I was pure consciousness, supreme self. After the weekend, the addicting behaviors and destructive behaviors fell away. Nothing was left after the fire of yoga. I packaged all the product and paraphernalia and gently walked it across the street with a note that said, "Enjoy. I no longer need this." I took all the booze and dumped it down the drain. And I had a lot, and some of it was expensive. No more weekends. No more dancing. No more playing pool and drinking beer with tequila chasers at the Hotel Warren. No more 2 a.m. breakfasts at the Florence Diner. Done. I contentedly stayed home and began reading the words of the teachers, of my gurus. I cleaned and emptied my house for weeks to create a pure environment for my guru to live in. Over this time, the rugs, the curtains, anything that was fabric. Why? Because the smell of pot permeates the fabric. It had to go. The chairs had to go. The sofa had to go. The waterbed had to go. All gone. I honored my home by creating a space of meditation, an altar, a puja, taking my shoes off as I entered, wearing only house shoes within the home. I began to dress to honor the body temple. I shopped at the City Yoga bookstores. My jewelry became malas and rings to support japa, the repetition of the mantra. My perfume were the pure oils of my guru. Familial relationships, family that were painful and unsupportive became affectionate with a new understanding and acceptance. Ordinary tasks no longer were a chore. They became energizing. My high school teaching was infused with a desire to do more, to become more. And in fact, all actions became motivated by a desire to be aligned to the one. Upsets were less daunting, hard edges of life were softened, quiet contentment arose when I was in solitude. indeed, I was made new. Why do I have a guru? Because she gave me my life. My sister, my mother, my father, my aunts, my cousins, my nephews, and my nieces are addicted. Crystal meth, coke, alcohol, food, they're addicted. I broke that bond. I did not do a thing. This one took it away in one Shaktipat weekend, 3 days. From the beginning then, I fell into the practices of chanting. I loved kirtan. I learned to play the piano keyboard, the harmonium, the tambora. I could lead chants, both at my centers and at the ashram. I began to learn how to do selfless seva in the music department. I became trained to be a speaker, to be a host for City Yoga, and to teach and to coach. I began to be able to go on the tours with my guru and do the advanced work for her. My entire life became invested in honoring the Shakti, for it had transformed my inner and outer state. Baba and Gurumai do not represent City Yoga as a religion. It is simply a way of being that enhances of any faith tradition that you already have. As mentioned, I grew up in metaphysical Christianity, and all that has happened is my understandings have deepened. You just heard that with the Baha'i faith. This is what City Yoga has meant to me. And so I concurrently am her disciple. I call myself a disciple, for I'm still learning. And I can serve here as the vice president without any inner conflict. To me, a human birth, I believe in. You have to understand it's a little different because City Yoga is based in Kashmir Shaivism, which is a predecessor of and blends with Hinduism. But Kashmir Shaivism is non-dual, which means that it does not honor the caste system, and it does not honor the non-equality of women, and it goes on and on and on. I cannot call City Yoga a Hindu path. That's why I asked for the name to be changed on the program. Because it is so enmeshed in the ancient tradition that was prior to that, Kashmir Shaivism, non-dual monistic faith. I'm done. I'm going to just make a quick segue here. I will say that we honor in City Yoga some of the core principles of Hinduism. And one of the core principles of Hinduism, the 4 goals, are Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Dharma is that idea of righteousness, of right action, the moral values. Artha means prosperity, abundance, spiritual and material. Kama is talking about our pleasure, our contentment in this worldly world, but it affects the mind. And moksha is that sense of full realization, of liberation. These spiritual values, I believe, will be found in any tradition, actually. However, in Hinduism, the value of a human life is, I think, takes on a little different flavor. Human birth in Hinduism allows us, first of all, to burn away the karmic debts of lifetimes, all those past impressions and actions. And then it gives us, with a human birth, the value of that ability to live life in a dharmic way, with that moral action, with that life value, as creating a world that is balanced and meaningful. The thought that I have at this point and I will just say this, is that as I introduce the chant, which I will now do, I want you to know that your reaction to the next half hour, because it'll be about 20 minutes between the chanting and the meditating, one feeding right into the other. In the chanting, we're going to use this universal mantra. I could not use any of the chants from Siddha Yoga. It is not dharmic. And I could not play, and I asked inside if that was appropriate, but it did not come up. Initially, I was hoping to play the harmonium for you today. Did not get that as a go sign from that inner knower that I live with. We call it the Christ presence here. Well, that one doesn't agree with this one. I did not get the go sign. So I am going to use what I know is okay, which is the universal mantra, which is also honored in Siddha Yoga. It is over here, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. It is called the 5-syllable mantra, and it represents the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. The whole. Notice Om is separate from that. That makes it the 6th syllable. Om is the primordial sound of the universe. Think in the Bible. And there was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. It is the same. Om is that. All that is Om. So when we sing it, we give honor. Now, when we say we give honor to the self, we do not mean the egoic self. We mean that pure consciousness, that absolute divinity that we are. I honor the Lord that dwells within me. I honor the self. And so at this point, I'm going to ask Lori to just pause, just put it on. But what I want to say is, if you're agitated, annoyed, bored, soothed, rested, it doesn't matter. It is the power of this mantra infused by centuries of the siddhas meditating and praying and chanting. Whatever arises is perfect. And I may choose to sit in the way that I prefer to sit. It is done in a call and response fashion. Now it's our turn. Om Namah Shivaya. Oh, now it's her turn. Call and response. That's the Gurumai's voice leading. It's very slow. It's very stately. Om Namah Shivaya. And now we'll shift into hearing the voice of Gurmai giving meditation instructions. This will be about a 8 or 9 minute piece.
Welcome, and let's prepare for Siddha Yoga meditation. It is a wonderful path. In meditation, we gather the energy of the senses to a center within. When we become deeply absorbed in this center, it is called meditation. The process of Siddha Yoga meditation happens spontaneously through grace. This daily practice fills our lives with inner tranquility and great joy. So immerse yourself in this beautiful river of the divine energy of meditation. It is a prayer of the heart. It is the vision of the highest truth. It is honoring life. It is acknowledging the presence of divine energy in your life. It is the way to make life more meaningful. The fruit of Siddha Yoga meditation is immense. Let us begin by taking a comfortable posture for meditation. If you are sitting in a chair, place your feet flat on the floor, your knees parallel to each other. Become aware of the sitting bones and allow the spine to elongate. If you're sitting on the floor, you can sit in an easy cross-legged posture. Or, if you're familiar with other meditation postures, you may choose to sit in one of them. So, whatever posture is comfortable for you, the main thing is to keep your back elongated. As you allow your back to elongate, your chest rises a bit higher. The shoulders are relaxed. Become aware of your breathing. Allow the breath to come in a little deeper and a little longer as you breathe out. you may want to put your fingers in Chin Mudra, the thumbs and index fingers touching, palms down on your thighs or knees. Or you may want to put your palms one above the other and rest them on your lap. Let your eyes close gently. It's time for meditation. So just relax into this special time. The body is relaxed, but it is alert. The mind is serene, but focused. Let the body relax. Let the mind relax. As you breathe in deep and breathe out long, your entire being is poised to embrace the inner power. There is a divine energy in your body which is vibrant and flowing within. As the in-breath comes in a little deeper and the out-breath flows out a little longer, let your whole body relax into this great power. Whoever you are, whatever you do, at this moment, learn to be with your own divine power. Let your heart expand and experience the greatness of your own being. In Siddha Yoga meditation, we do this by taking the help of the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, which means I bow to my inner self. I bow to the Lord who abides within. The mantra is very purifying. It carries the power of meditation. It brings about inner balance. It recharges the tired mind. It has great healing power. It unveils the light of the heart. As the breath flows in and out naturally, let the mantra Om Namah Shivaya ride on the breath. Breathe in, Om Namah Shivaya. Breathe out, Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, breathing in. Om Namah Shivaya, breathing out. Don't be concerned whether your breath is deep or shallow. Just become aware of the mantra riding on the breath. It may sound like Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Or it may feel like this. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Let the mantra light up your breath. Let the breath become suffused with the power of the mantra. After some time, just mentally repeat Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Even if the mind seems to wander away, go on repeating the mantra mentally. Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. Let the mantra Om Namah Shivaya carry you to the supreme silence of the self. The mantra will merge into the deep silence.
I think that I feel like I could keep meditating for the next 24 hours after that. Thank you so much. So we have time for one question. We're kind of running a little bit behind, but does anybody have any questions for Dr. Rupali?
I prefer just Rupali, and just rest in the quiet, because the blessing of the Guru's voice even is that it turns you inward. It's kind of hard to just come out real quickly. But indeed, we're going to move on, and if you have questions, I'm available afterwards. I chose to focus mine towards the individual because, again, like so many practices, even ours here at Unity, it is when the individual consciousness changes that the world around us changes. And so I spoke from that personal space.
Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you. And for those who came in a little bit later, I just want you to know we will be putting together contact for all the presenters and their presentations so that you can reference back. So if you're writing furiously, you can kind of relax. All right, so we're going to take a short break. So can we just make it 5 minutes? Is that enough for everybody? And we'll see you back in 5. Thank you.
You're on.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 3, yeah, we're on.
And if you want to mute it, you just tap that button on the top.
All right, I think that should do it. So is he suggesting here or here? I guess.
Pleasure, but I think the reasoning was that video camera's there, saying just you and screen.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't have anything on the screen, but we're good? All right, thank you. I did. I see we have one here, though. Oh, wonderful. Nice to see you. Well, thank you. Yes, we could. Yeah. And you could put one of these in there if we pass them out. And yeah, with the address. Thank you, Shakur. Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes, we may need more. Okay. So do you prefer me to be in the seat? Is this okay? Okay. And this, I can use this little bell here as well? Okay. All right. Well, I think we can share it. So do we have until 4? Or okay. Yes, I understand.
We ready to go? Is that working? Yep. Okay. Good. All right. Welcome back. Our next presenter we're very excited about is Dr. David Bohl, also known as Lama Losang. And I might ask you, do you prefer Lama Losang?
Yes,
okay, there we go. So call him Lama Losang, please. So he is here to talk about the core tenets of Tibetan Buddhism. Let me tell you a little bit about him. So Lama Losang is the KTC and I'm not sure I can say this properly, Karma Thengsum Choling Center's,
That's fine.
thank you, resident teacher and spiritual director. He is a fully ordained monk and completed his traditional 3-year retreat in 2004. In addition to being a Karma Kagyu lineage holder, Lama Losang is also an acupuncture physician, a Tai Chi teacher, and holds a PhD in psychology. He teaches wellness and Buddhism around the country and is an author of several books. In honor of his 70th birthday, the city of Gainesville proclaimed on July 26, 2019, so that was a few years ago.
I'll be 75
You'll
this
be
July.
75 this July, yes. Lama Losang Health, Happiness, and Liberation Day. So July 26th is Lama Losang Health, Happiness, and Liberation Day. So where's the party?
Well, we have one. Actually, it's going to be Mr. Hans, and you're all invited.
Perfect, perfect. We're excited to also announce that Lama Losang, the spiritual director of the KTC Center, published a new book called The Golden Eight-Petaled Lotus, Book 1, Wisdom and Compassion. And you can, I think you might have a flyer, a brochure. You can also get more information at ktcgainesville.org.
Yeah, inside the brochure is a little, yes, a little bookmark actually, but it has the information for getting the book. You can also get it on Amazon and every place you get books.
Thank you.
All right, well, our time together may be a little truncated, but it is my pleasure to be here with you. I thank you for taking the time out to be here with us as well. And hopefully I can give you a little bit more understanding about the teachings of the Buddha. How many of you are familiar with the Buddha? Not everyone. No. Okay, let me see. I'm getting a signal that maybe this could be louder. That's better? Okay. Good. So the Buddha, do you know the life of the Buddha? He was born about 2,600 years ago in a royal family in India, near Nepal. It's actually, it would have been Nepal, but their borders have changed. He was raised as a prince and had all the luxuries of a prince. But there was a point in his life where he saw that this was not going to bring him the peace and understanding that would lead to true happiness. So at age 29 or so, he left the palace and went on his own to study. And he studied with many masters of the time in India, but none of them really satisfied his thirst for the truth. And he quickly surpassed all of the teachers that he studied with. And after 6 years or so of really, at the time, he went with some other ascetics and really abused his body, trying to divorce himself from his body and attain liberation through his mental meditations. But soon came to the realization that abusing the body is not going to help his mind, and discovered what is often called in Buddhism the middle way. So it is not extreme asceticism nor excessive hedonism, middle way, balance. So he did eventually regain his strength. There's a story about a young milk maiden who wanted to have a child and a husband, but she'd never found that, and she asked, or the people in that community said, you should go to this tree where this spirit lived and ask this tree god for help with this. So she sent her handmaiden to this tree to prepare it, And when she went there to kind of prepare the grounds for this offering that she was going to make, she found this being sitting under this tree, looking quite splendorous. And she was very happy about this, thinking this was the tree god that she was about to make this offering to. And she went back very happy to say to the young maiden that she saw the tree god, and they were all very happy. She prepared this milk rice, which is very nourishing, and put it in a golden bowl. And they went to the tree. And she didn't know that this was Siddhartha. Siddhartha means one whose vision or plan is manifested, basically. One whose plan or vision is manifested. Your dreams will come true. So she saw him, presented this in a golden bowl, and said, "May your aspirations come to fulfillment just as mine has." She did get married. She did have the child, and she presented this gift as a gift for what she thought was the blessing of this tree god. So he ate the rice milk, rejuvenated himself. There was a river that he was sitting by, the banks of the Naranjara, and took a ceremonial bath, was rejuvenated, and made his way to Bodh Gaya in India, where he sat under the Bodhi tree, and he said, "I will sit here until I reach enlightenment or I die." He was motivated. He attained enlightenment, or sometimes we'll call it awakening. That's the book is really about wisdom, which is the realization of our true nature, our Buddha nature. And from that comes the understanding of compassion. So the Buddha, in his 45 years of teaching, he died at age 80. But at that point, he was sitting under the Bodhi tree, and through the passing of the night, attained full enlightenment or awakening. When he waited for 49 days before he started teaching, because he was not sure how he was going to tell people about this experience that he had, his awakening. But after that, he, out of his clairvoyance, he knew where the 5 previous ascetics were, where he traveled with, and he parted ways with them to go on his own, because he said, well, asceticism is not the answer. They continued doing what they were doing, and he knew in his wisdom where they would be in Deer Park, and he traveled there to present his teachings to them as the first beings who would ever hear this teaching and what enlightenment was, or what awakening is. And when they first saw him, they recognized him, and they said, well, you know, he got soft. He went and ate, and he just didn't do the thing the way we did it. But it didn't take them long to realize that he was a different person, and his countenance, his demeanor was one very different from what they had known. And so they said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I am awake." So basically the teachings is how we wake up. We are currently in a dream. We take things as real, as self and other, and but this is very much like a dream we had last night. It seems very real when we're in it. We can taste, we can see, we can hear, and we're in it. And it's very real. You can wake up in a sweat or crying, or, you know, you've had those dreams. This is not unlike that in a way. We're not seeing things clearly. When we wake up, we see the truth. And the Buddha taught 4 noble truths. You may be familiar with the 4 noble truths. So the first teaching was to these 5 ascetics. The first is that there is suffering. We don't have to look far to see that. There is suffering. There's a cause for that suffering. That causes our attachment, our clinging, our craving to things outside and to this thing we call a self, which is aggregates of bones and blood and things like that. But we Since beginningless time, we've identified ourselves with this particular kind of self or condition. So we have the idea of suffering, its cause, but if we just stop there, that wouldn't be so good, that we have suffering and there's a cause. The third noble truth, that there's a way out of this suffering. And the way out of this suffering is called the Noble Eightfold Path. And we can talk about the Noble Eightfold Path, but it is basically, having the right view that starts it off. You have to see clearly. You have to understand the truth, beginning with your own Buddha nature. Buddhism is a non-theistic. It's called a religion. We think of it as a religion, but really it's a mind science. I have a PhD in psychology from the University of Florida. I know something about psychology. I taught psychology. I trained psychotherapists. So I can tell you, if you want to know the mind, study Buddhism. It's a supreme science, a mind science. So I really want to know if you have any particular questions. And I love to have questions, and we can go deeper into this based on where you're coming from and what you'd like to know. So we can begin.
Naturalistic, I guess it would be, Buddhism would be considered kind of naturalistic maybe as opposed to supernaturalistic in the sense of positing entities other than nature.
No, there are actually 6 realms. Some of those are not visible to us. We can see the animal realm, but for those who have this eye of wisdom opened, they will be able to tell you there are actually, and this is all a state of mind. We create this just like we've created this human realm, but those who have existed in a state of anger and hatred find themselves in what we would call a hell realm.
So is this literal?
Is this life right now literal?
Oh, you're saying it's this life.
Well, no, I'm saying that there's another way of experiencing things.
But
this is our human way of experiencing things.
So would we normally, maybe in the West, identify this with the supernatural rather than the natural world?
Again, is this considered supernatural, or is this a natural world we live in?
I'm saying generally we consider. Well, let's take maybe scientific worldview or something.
Okay.
That there's nature, there's the universe, which is all natural,
Good.
natural
Okay.
laws,
I
etc.,
gotcha.
and everything like. But and then some invoke gods, like for various reasons, maybe because they say, well, how could you possibly explain the coming into existence of all this without a god?
So there are 2 realities. There is relative reality and ultimate reality. This is relative reality. Anything we can see, hear, touch, feel, taste is relative. Beyond that is empty. And everything comes out of that empty aspect, all form, all. There's in the Prajnaparamita, which is the excellent kind of teaching of the Buddha on wisdom, he says emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is no other than form. Form is no other than emptiness. So this is the essence of wisdom. But usually that doesn't come easily. We are so attached to form, to substance, to self and other. We take it as real. But in fact, it is not. This body is going to come and go, and then what happens?
Well, I think we're all pretty familiar with that.
Yes, we've done it many times, actually.
Oh, no, according to some.
Yes, exactly. Yes. According to I'm speaking about Buddhism.
Yeah, the Bible of Buddhism kind of tells you that, kind of like we get taught we're going to be, going to heaven in the Bible of Christianity, yes, or hell,
yes,
literally, as according to some. So I just wanted to express a different point of view that maybe you can relate to as a Buddhist better, but that it's the universe isn't something that just came into existence 13.8 billion years ago. It's something that is now coming into existence and now coming into existence out of nothingness.
Yes, and it will go out of existence as well. So this is an eon, is a time where there is nothing, kalpas, yes, endless kalpas. So it has come into existence, we have come into existence, it will go out of existence, we will go out of this form, but not out of existence. There's no death. Mind goes on. Mind goes on. Yes, sir.
I appreciate you being here very much, and I have been trying to meditate and find that it's inconsistent for me. There are times when I can achieve that emptiness, or I might feel or experience blue light, or that deep sense of peace, and then there are other times when my brain, I don't know if it's my brain, it just doesn't seem to work as well. And of the places I've gone to, they've talked about just focusing on the breath or counting numbers as you breathe in, breathe out. Do you have any other advice for someone who's...
That's the way you start. And so I usually begin by saying, inhale, exhale 1. Inhale, exhale 2, to the count of 21. But do that count maybe twice a day, and do it for 21 days. And thoughts will come to mind. That's the nature of our mind, is to think, to contemplate, compare, analyze. But we're not engaging in that process in meditation. We're kind of establishing a certain witness consciousness. We're observing it. And there it is. The thoughts come, the thoughts go. Where our mind is spacious like the sky, and these thoughts are like clouds in the spacious sky. That's often how it's talked about. But it takes practice, and just like no matter what, whether you're going to be a world-class athlete or a musician or a surgeon, or it doesn't happen overnight. And when we train the mind, that does not happen overnight. So don't be discouraged if your mind is not tamed. The Buddhas can be really summarized by cultivating virtue, avoid wrongdoing, and taming our mind. Of those, taming the mind is the most important. You can't do the other ones without that. So don't be discouraged, and don't think you are any different from anyone else. Anyone who's ever done meditation goes through that process. Yeah, cultivate virtue and abundance. And the Buddha taught how to do that through the 6 paramitas, or the virtues. Cultivate virtue, avoid wrongdoing, harming yourself or others, creating negative karma. If you want to be happy, cultivate virtue, and if you want to have suffering, do harmful things. And that is karma. That karma is a real deal. You may or may not believe in it, but it's going to come, regardless if you say, you may believe you can fly off this roof, but gravity is going to tell you something different. These are the laws that prevail. So it is like that. So persevere.
What was the third one? The third?
Tame your mind. Tame your mind.
And you said that's really, you got to be able to do that.
That is key. You've got to work with your mind. And so that goes through a process of purification, and goes through a process of realization, gradually, by and by. We have to wait for whoever has the yeah. So who has the microphone? Yes, please.
My question is, what does the Buddha say about the science of reincarnation, or breaking the cycle of birth and death?
Yeah, well, there's apparent birth and death, but there is no birth or death. I mean, it is the cycle of our mind stream. And your birth and rebirth is a function of your mind stream. Where I was mentioning 6 different places where you could find yourself. There's the hell realm, there's what's called a hungry ghost realm, there's an animal realm, there's this human realm, there's a deva realm, and there's a God realm. But these gods are not the same gods. This is a samsaric realm. They are not perfected beings, but their karma has been such that they may have been very generous, but their attitude was because of their own aggrandizement. They're going to give for what they get back. Maybe they're going to be recognized for the good work. It's not pure giving. It's not free of the self. It is really a manifestation of their ego. You know, we can do things with different motivations, so we always want to check that motivation. Does that answer your question? Yeah? Oh, okay.
Hi.
The different colored flags. Oh, you'd have to ask who put them up.
Yeah, the banners around us, they're all representative of the various faith traditions. There's the major ones. It's not going to have all of them, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to see them to know. Well, there may be the 5 elements, but there may be Buddhas associated with them as well, and a whole different cascade of meaning. Yes.
Hi, I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And you mentioned like an entry level, you know, count the breaths. Some people count the breaths for a number of seconds. Are you able to share like a really high level of meditation that we can bring home with us, something that we maybe haven't heard before?
To have the high level of meditation, you have to do the groundwork. So we talk about shamatha, we talk about vipassana, and we talk about mahamudra, for example. So shamatha is our mind training to make it stable. Until it's stable and workable, you know, we can talk about all kinds of highfalutin things, but until you can sit without mind moving for 21 breaths and then gradually drop the counting, because that's also a mind kind of cognitive function, we let that go and you're just present with the breath. There's no separation. You're just the breath. Then vipassana is insight meditation. So that we begin to see the impermanence of this body. We see the relevance of karma. We see the unsatisfactoriness of samsara, unrealized life. And then we begin to put our mind in action for resting the mind, getting absorbed in the experience of emptiness. But that does not happen right away. We are too obscured by all of our drives, our hopes and fears and all those things. So people always want to, they can take all kinds of empowerment. You know, I'm a Tibetan Buddhist, a Vajrayana Buddhist. So we see this as a pure realm. It's perfect as it is. You are perfect as you are. You have Buddha nature. You've always been pure, you always will be pure. There's no other way to be, except we have clouded over and obscured this nature. So everything we do is a way of getting closer to the truth of who we are. And we want to be absorbed in that concentration of emptiness, basically. That takes some time.
So am I hearing you correctly that once we transcend the individual thoughts and can release those from coming through, we're in a realm of kind of a compassionate,
you're letting
thinking.
go of those thoughts without attaching yourself to them.
Right.
So they come through and they go. It's our attachment to these things that brings the problem. You know, you could be a king, a prince, have everything in the world. You could be happy or not happy. It's your attachment to those things that create the problems.
Did you ever learn to put something through the emptiness? Is it love? What when you're tapped into the soundlessness?
It's a
of
natural
the
expression. It's a natural
just kind
expression.
Of an existence.
It is a natural expression of wisdom. We have two wings of the bird: wisdom and compassion. And they both work together. So in the Theravada view, you know, it is one works for their own realization. You know, There are different ways of practice, different motivations. In the beginning, when the Buddha taught the Four Noble Truths, that is considered a Hinayana or a Theravada practice. As one progresses along that path, the realization becomes, well, not only am I suffering, all sentient beings are suffering. And that's when the Mahayana view of compassion becomes manifest. And that's where the Bodhisattva term comes into being. Bodhisattvas are beings who dedicate themselves to the well-being of others and postpone their own liberation until all beings attain enlightenment. But it is with that attitude, with that motivation, that actually brings them to that full realization. And then there are the Vajrayana view, or Mantrayana view, which uses mantra, which uses visualization. It just speeds up the process a little bit. You see yourself as a deity, as a Buddha right now, which you are. So you begin to see the world differently. You begin to act in the world differently. You see others differently. And so one it's a graduated path. Yep. Yes.
You described yourself as Tibetan.
Yes.
How many different sects of Buddhism are there, and do any or all of them have a divinity attached?
No Buddhist. The Buddha is non-theistic. But there are, as I was just mentioning, different schools of Buddha, different lineages. There's the Theravada view, which is Southeast Asian, the forest dwellers, or those. There's the Mahayana of Japan, China. And Tibetan Buddhism is really the storehouse of the Vajrayana teachings. So there are many different schools. There are 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism. The
Did the Buddha? We have a question from our Zoom community. Did the Buddha say that our energy continues as a particular person or entity, or just that our life energy continues in the universe unpersonalized?
Well, clearly we're not the same person, and we might not even be a person. We could go to different realms. We could go to a God realm, we could go to a hell realm, we could go to an animal realm. It depends upon what we've cultivated since beginningless time. And karma can take its flow. You maybe experience something now from karma from the past, not just this life. Yes.
I have a question now. Does the color that you're wearing represent celibacy and renunciation?
Well, actually, it came about because it was the cheapest color for his monks. It was so. This dye was cheap in India.
I'd like to know, is intuition included in the developing of the mind or the taming of the mind?
Well, again, mind is one thing. Intuition, it can be, you can have omniscience. It's a siddhi. It's a power. It's a thing that comes with realization or past karma. You may have developed over eons of time the capacity for this kind of insight, or
Thank you.
It's not something we do, but it's fine, I would think. Yeah. Yeah, it does.
So, Lama Losa, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
There is probably a multi-billion-dollar industry out there telling people that you can use your mind and create your reality and massive amounts of wealth. What is your response to that?
I think there's a lot of frustrated people out there who believe that. Say, why isn't this working for me? It is based on karma, So if your karmic conditions are in line with that, yes, that can happen, and you can influence that. But thinking it doesn't necessarily make it so.
Any other questions for Lama Losan?
Yes, my pleasure to be here. Thank you for coming.
I'm loving everything, and I'm one of those people that loves the words as well. So bear with me. Theravadan, Mahayana, Tibetan, and what was the fourth?
Well, Tibetan, it was a Vajrayana.
Again?
There's three.
Three.
The Theravadan or Hinayana. It's often called Hinayana, but Hinayana means lesser vehicle. I think that's kind of a misnomer. So it's a foundational vehicle of the Four Noble Truths.
Okay.
And then the Mahayana is the expression of the Bodhisattva's attitude of benefiting all suffering beings. Once you
Right.
get to a certain place, you know, we think that everybody's been our mother or our father since beginning of time. We've all been close to each other over time. And you don't want to see your mother or father suffer. You know, so she's got the
Beautiful.
microphone.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got it. I was unclear, and thank you for that clarity.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Like the cockroach I stepped on last night, could that have been
Your mother.
Yeah, great. The cockroach I stepped on last night, could that, well, you already answered, could have been my mother.
A sentient being. It has Buddha nature as well.
Well, I'm not going to step on cockroaches anymore.
Good. Or slap the mosquito or anything else.
No,
I mean,
no, I'm
so
going to let those fire ants crawl over and all over me and bite me.
there are examples where bodhisattvas have done that.
And all those bad bacteria get all inside me because they got to live too.
They do.
Oh, one more question. Did we hear the Eightfold Path? I thought we heard the first few.
Well, we didn't. We didn't go through the Eightfold Path. So let me just go through that with you. Do we have time to do that? Yeah, okay. All right, seems like that's something people want to do. So let's do that. Yeah, if you find it boring, you don't have to listen. Yes. All right, let's just see. I have it in, I'm going to, actually, I'll just read. Look at the book. It's all in the book.
And you know where it is.
Yes, I do know where it is. Pardon? Eightfold Path. Yeah, it's a yes. So I mentioned there are three turnings of the wheel that the Buddha taught, and in this first turning of the wheel was the Four Noble Truths, and I mentioned that there's the truth of suffering. This is the first noble truth. The second noble truth is the truth of suffering. The third noble truth is the cessation of the suffering. And the fourth noble truth is the path leading to the cessation of suffering. And the first of those is right view. So it is the guide to the entire path. So this is the foundation of the study. Right view is the foundation of our spiritual journey. So we have to understand the Four Noble Truths. We have to understand Buddha nature. We have to understand just pretty much what I said, that how to cultivate virtue, how to avoid wrongdoing, and how to tame our mind. This is all taught in the Four Noble Truths, in the Noble Eightfold Path. So the first one is right view. The second one is right thought. And so this expands the realization of how our thoughts and emotions are linked together, thoughts and emotions, and includes, the cultivation to see ourselves as Buddhas. We have this Buddha nature, as do all sentient beings. That is really a big step for a lot of people. It might be fine. Oh yeah, I can have Buddha nature, but do I treat other people in the same way that I would want to be treated? It's kind of the golden what is it the golden rule, exactly. Treat others the way you would like to be treated. So and let's see. Right thought and right action. So, thought usually leads to action. These are said in a particular kind of way. We have the thought, but it's the thought that initiates the action, right? So this is behaving, consciously. So we said that cultivate virtue, avoid wrongdoing, tame your mind. There's a story about a monk who was trying to improve his behavior, and he would, one day he said, well, for all my wrongdoing, I will take a black stone and put it in my pocket, and for all my good, skillful actions, I'll take a white stone and put it in my pocket. And at the end of the day, he'd check his pockets for black and white stones. And the beginning, it could be the black stones or even more than the white stones. So this was very illuminating. But as he continued, the white stones predominated, and ultimately the black stones were eliminated. So it is a matter of our right action. And if we come from the position of compassion and the golden rule, that would go a long way to, we can take 5 precepts in Buddhism. That is not to kill, that's not to steal, it's not to lie, it's not to abuse drugs, and it's not to engage in aberrant sexual behavior, that it hurts someone else, to have sex outside your relationship or with someone who is not old enough to agree to such a thing, or, a lot of those things. Well,
minus a few, like thou shalt have no other God before.
So the other one is right livelihood. So, conducting yourself in a way in your daily routines that are not harming. So, not making weapons, actually not selling alcohol or drugs, doing those things that ultimately lead to suffering one way or another. So
Taxes that pay for ammo being sent to Israel to kill a bunch of babies in Palestine, that sort of thing.
right livelihood. And even when we're, looking at companies that we invest in, not in those that invest in war machines or things that are not healthy for the planet. Was there something you were going to say? No. Oh, okay. Right livelihood. 6th is right effort. Right effort. We have to make an effort to do these things. Left to our own devices since beginningless time, we have not done so well. Well, I shouldn't say that, actually. We're born human. Being born human is really an asset. We're not in a hell realm where we're suffering, so it's hard to turn your mind towards the Dharma when you're in such suffering, or blissed out in heaven, so this is considered a good training ground for a Buddhist. We're fortunate to be born human. We have all of the things that we need, all the ingredients to actually practice, including the Buddha being here, teaching, and we have access to it. We have the mind to be able to realize it, and everything that's available. We are very fortunate. So we should really say that. We are very fortunate to be born human. It's not an accident either. We have made certain right effort and have done things in the past that are meritorious.
We should thank God who doesn't exist before.
That's right. So right mindfulness. So this is where the meditation comes in. Right mindfulness is like shamatha meditation. It gives us the focus, it gives us the attention to begin to train our mind. So when we said cultivate virtue, avoid wrongdoing, tame the mind, this is the first of the taming of the mind, right mindfulness. And the last one, number 8, is right concentration. That is so we can remain in absorption in our meditation. We've purified our mind to such a state that we're not obscured, that we're not, our minds are not attached to the particular thoughts. We don't go down that rabbit hole. We can be one-pointed in the absorption, that's called samadhi, in that samadhi of meditation. So those are the 8.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you. But it's all in the book.
Yeah, your teachings that you've shared, the fact that they're in this book makes me want to go out and buy that and
Good.
start meditating again. Get back into
I don't
the
know
game.
how anybody can get along without it. We have to tame our mind.
Yes.
We can get pushed and pulled. Watching the news is not a fun thing. There is so much suffering in the world. And so, being together like this, opening our minds, and community is important, and contemplating these kinds of things are important. So thank you.
Thank you for reminding us. And so now we're going to turn the schedule over to very happy dancing
Thank you.
and drumming. But we're going to take a little break.
For nothing? No, I don't.
Yeah, we're going to do a little break. So 10 minutes? Yeah, 10-minute break, and then we'll do improv, spiritual, meditative dancing, and then we do drumming.
Uh, 20. Yeah. That includes I'm not. No, but you can go to Amazon and do it. Yeah, just look up Lama Lozong or look up Wisdom. Yeah, certainly do take donations for our center. Yes, ma'am.
I've heard people say a lot. I try to meditate, and I have found it with a lot of soul searching that meditation is not something you can control. And I have ADD, so channeling my mind is difficult. But you have to just get in a position of letting go before you can even start the breathing process.
You have to be motivated.
So I put it in your book.
Thank you for the invite.
Thank you very much. We're going to do this next year.
Yes.
So we would love to have you join us again. My mother was Buddhist, and she's passed. It's been a while, and it's just not something that I've explored seriously. But
hopefully this was a catalyst for that.
I wanted to ask you, how did you were a psychologist and
I was raised 12 years in Catholic school, being born for the priesthood.
Oh, really?
But that just didn't harmonize with me in the same way. And it's hard to say how I got here, because as I say, it's karma. I was always attracted to Asian arts. I mean, I martial arts. And my first teacher was a Japanese combat.
Are you still practicing acupuncture?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah. I'm gonna get my husband to come see you.
I've been doing this a long time, haven't I?
David was my first acupuncture doctor.
No kidding.
I remember
I'm so excited.
my husband used to go see him, and he'd say, I know everything about energy. So it was just like an intro, and then I'd say, well, and he'd say, I want to see David today, and I'd say, how is it? And he'd say, it's better. I didn't do anything. It's better. It's all better.
Yeah, so it is a wonderful system. Yes, it's a very excellent system.
I don't know.
It is.
I used to get on the table and he would do my little baby in her ear. She was never sick. She just got married. I didn't know if you and Joy have the same numbers, but I said, I think it's the same numbers. Right. Let me get one second. I wonder who I sent them to. I just thought, I'll just take a chance. Yeah, it's just like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
So
I
okay, then
know.
a text. Is this not? Is it 425? No, give me the bit.
That's the emergency number.
But it's a landline.
It should work, but this one tends to like squeal. Yeah. We won't need that happening.
3395215.
Alright,
And so, and is Joy's number?
and then I'll adjust it. Oh yeah, there you go, Bill.
Oh, really? Wow, how special.
Yeah, this is just
How old is she now?
she's 34.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is part one of her wedding. Part two is in Italy. Oops. 1 second.
Hello? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. All right. So, I think I am on. Yep. Okay. All right. So where's Latoya? Where'd she- Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Last time I looked, you were over there. Okay. So we are going to start dancing here. So this is going to be led by Latoya Coleman. And whenever Latoya dances or sings, she invites both spirit and the rhythms of her Jamaican birthplace to infuse her musical art. Whether freeform improv or following an established piece, Latoya's open heart inspires others to gently feel their own joy and self-express through movement or vocalization.
Thank you. All right, so I invite you to move with me. Be moved, that's how I say it. Because to move means you're going to think about it, but in this space it's not about thinking, it's being moved, allowing the energy to flow. However your body wants to move, just allow it. So yeah,
chant a call and watch them all go through. That door I never saw, I never knew. Me and you, we come from earth and water, straight from that mountain starter. Back to the mother, we must journey loud. We ride it up on the wings of sound. Hear it now, that holy tree is upside down, branches in the ground, those roots in sky, open third eye, now pass the nectar out. Inside the heart is that eternal space. That melody showed me my own true face. You chant a call, I chant a call. All in the one in the all. Love on the rise, it never falls.
That's good.
Okay, so moving on to drumming, and I'm assuming from our artists we can combine drumming and movement. Yes. Anybody here has a great voice they want to lend to the group? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, if you want to help us out here, let me I know you all know John, but let me, you may not know everything about John, so let me just share some secrets here. John Wolf works currently as an ESOL specialist at Santa Fe College here in Gainesville, and he is also an expert communicator with a passion for public relations and public affairs. He has a Bachelor of Science in Mass Communication, Middle Tennessee State University, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, TEFL certificate. International Teacher Training Institute in Guadalajara, Mexico, right? That's what I don't know. I wasn't sure about the MX there. John, short for Mexico. John is also an artist and musician who combines music with spirituality. And so now he's going to lead us in a drum jam for world peace.
That rhymes with?
First letter, not rhyme, just first letter.
Letter of your name. My spelling is horrible.
We will help you because a good group helps all of us.
Okay.
We're a team. We're a team. You have 7 languages you should choose. Yeah. Don't complain.
Okay.
Exactly. So,
G for great.
yeah, there you go. G for great. So we can go either this way or this way. Who feels ambitious? You say my name, which would be Jumping John, and then you say your name that starts with R, and a description
Is there any way you all could speak through a mic so that the people on Zoom can be part of this? And a couple of them would like their names entered into the circle when you get time for that. Jane and Kip.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. I'll start over. All right. So, Happy Hana, Rollicking Rapali, Joyful John.
So Gerardo would be Great Gerardo. Happy Hannah. Rollicking.
He doesn't know what rollicking.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Oh, rolling Rupali. Okay. And Joyful John. Oh my God.
No, wait. Okay, here we go. Terrific Terry. Great Geraldo. Happy Hannah. Rolling Rapali. Joyful John.
Debbie Delicious, but I can't go beyond that. Joyful John, rolling something. I have no idea. Terrific, Terry. Great. Okay.
Okay. Delicious. Okay. All right. Janina, gracious Janina. Delicious Debbie. Terrific Terry. Great Gerardo. Happy Hannah. Rollicking Rupali, and Joyful John.
Goofy Gary, Gracious Janina, Delicious Debbie, Terrific Terry, Great Gerardo, Happy Hannah, Rollicking Rapali, and Joyous John.
I can't remember your name, so I'm in trouble. Okay, this is Lively Linda. Okay, Lively Linda. Goofy Gary. Gracious Janina. Delicious Debbie. Terrific. Don't point when I speak. Terrific Terry. Great Gerardo. Happy Hannah. Rollicking Rupali, and Joyful John.
Everybody remember that.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's on. Delightful Desmond. Lively Linda. Goofy Gary. Gracious Janina. Delicious Debbie. Or Debbie Delicious. Terrific Terry. Great Gerardo. Happy Hannah. Rollicking Rupali. And Joyful John.
I'm Terrific Toya. Delightful Desmond. Lively Linda. Goofy Gary. Gracious Janina. Debbie Delicious. Terrific Terry. That's why I said terrific. Great Gerardo. Happy Hannah. Rollicking Rapali. Joyful John.
on Zoom. We have Jolly Jane and Kissing Kip.
Oh, hi, Jolly Jane and Kissin' Kip.
Say that again. What was the name?
Jolly Jane and Kissing Kip. And they're laughing out loud.
Rocky Ryan. And Phyllis. Premium Phyllis. Premium Delightful Donna. Yay! And Yay, Yesha! All right, so usually any good facilitator has to do his best to repeat all the names back. Yeah. So, Yay, Yesha. Delightful Donna. Good. Terrific Toya. Oh, wait. Kissing Kip. Sorry. Thank you. Kissing Kip. Joyful Judy? Who was the other one? Phyllis? Jolly Jane. Yes. Rocking Ryan. Premium Phyllis. Good. Terrific Toya. It was Kissing Kip, Joyful Jane, Delightful Desmond, Lovely Linda, so close, Lively Linda, Goofy Gary, Gracious Janina, Delicious Debbie, Terrific Terry, Great Gerardo, Happy Hannah, Rollicking Rupali, and Joyful John. Woo! So now we get to basically do a beat and then call out our names. You don't have to say anybody else's names, but we just do a beat for a while, and then we'll stop and say Joyful John, and everybody repeat Joyful John. Okay? All right. So let's give it a try. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You just make noise. Stop. Joyful John. Everybody repeat. Joyful John. Noise. Stop. Joyful John. Noise. Stop.
Joyful John. I take the beat from you and move on with mine.
Right, everybody gets to do their name. So we're going to do noise. Stop. Joyful John. You repeat the name. We repeat the name of whoever.
Okay.
We're going around the circle again. Community experience.
I got it.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Joyful John.
Joyful John. Rollicking Rapali.
Rollicking Rapali.
Happy
Great Gerardo.
Terrific Terry.
Joyful Jane. yourselves a round of applause. Well, very highly structured, simple exercise, but I'm proud of you. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You did that. So, you know, I mean, it could be free-form drumming. We could just, you know, drum whatever's in our hearts for a while, and then we can stop and do something else. If somebody wants to say something to share in the circle about peace or the world, we can do that. You can either put up your hand or just yell, stop, and then we'll all stop. Very short, sweet, if you want to make a little something about the world. Hannah.
I think if everybody did what we just did every day, we'd be all very happy. It's the peace problem, right? I think we should post that on, we should post it on YouTube or, you know.
That's right. That's the best thing about a community experience with drums, with voices.
And it improves your memory.
Very good. So what do you say? We just beat for a while, and then when you feel it, you want to say something, say stop, or throw up your hands, and we'll stop, and we'll give you a space. Just say something, not too long, but you know, anything about peace, or how you're feeling, or how the day was, or appreciation for people who brought us together. Absolutely. So what we're gonna. What was the last thing you said, Phyllis? And YouTube. Oh, wow. Okay, great. So what we're going to do now is we're on TV. Woo! We're going to drum for a while, and if somebody wants to say stop and just say something about peace, appreciation, whatever's going on, how you're feeling, how the day was, and then we'll continue drumming until someone else says stop. Okay? Let's give it a try.
Visualize world peace.
What a great day we had today.
More cowbell.
Peace in Polish is pokój.
Call DoorDash for drinks.
I love when Reverend Cindy Grimes this morning, when she opened the whole day, said, building peace, it doesn't mean that there are no conflicts. We just have to learn how to manage and solve those.
Stop! I wish you all would use your mic so that the people on Zoom and YouTube could hear it. Your comments are wonderful, but they're not hearing them.
Stop. I also like today when Reverend Cindy Grimes, she said that we should move into conflict and appreciate it. That really, really resonated deeply. And so today when we had little kerfuffles from, randomness, I was like, oh, this is a beautiful opportunity to practice what the lessons were. So we were able to embody it fully. So.
Yabba dabba doo.
Let's take a deep breath.
I also laughed when Cindy Grimes said, either you are pushed by pain or you choose to be pulled by vision.
I just want to say that I know you all more and I love you all.
Oh, thank you very much. There's a microphone. Hello, people on Zoom and YouTube. Fantastic. So, I didn't know how many people would show up to drum. I didn't know how the day was going to turn out. It turned out to be fantastic, which is really, really beautiful and wonderful. And I love the comments, too, that people are making, because to me, that's part of a circle. It's not just doing things musically. We have words, we have thoughts, we have ideas, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. And looking at your beautiful, beautiful faces, and those of you on Zoom as well, I'm really touched by what goes on in this church, what went on in this room today, and want to thank Hannah and Gerardo and all the other people who made it, Phyllis and Ryan and Donna and everybody, and Rupali, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
And Jolly Jane and Kissing Kip said, we love you all too.
Yay! So truth be told,
Hooray,
I didn't.
and thank you.
So truth be told, I did not have a lot prepared because I just sort of was like talking to Gerardo about it. Let's just see what kind of energy we have in the room. Let's see who shows up. Let's see. So this is what we have. And we've got a few more minutes. We can come up with other little fun things to do. We can drum some more. I want to put it out to you all. Do you want to share a little bit more? What are you feeling? What are you feeling at the moment? What would you like? Drumming. Yay! All right, let's drum.
Drumming is from, I love the drumming and the stuff and you share an emotion. It's beautiful. What an amazing
Okay, good.
And we have to remember, whoever talks, please hand them the microphone so our brothers and sisters on Zoom can hear us, okay? Same thing, different beat.
You know, this drumming, after a whole day of emotions and intellectual exercise, it's like going back to the heart. It beats. And just forget all the rest and just beat. And just let your heart grow. You know, that's what I'm feeling. Thank you.
Everybody, say hello to my son Gabriel in India because I'm going to send this to him.
Everybody's having fun. Everybody's having fun. Come together like we're one. Joy, peace, love. Hey, oh, hey, 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 hey.
Oh, hey, oh, hey, 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 oh. Everybody's having fun. This is the kind of way to do it. Everybody's having fun. Everybody's playing drums. Everybody's having fun. At Unity, we know how to play. At Unity, we know how to play. Everybody's having fun. Even you and me, the ones. Everybody's having fun. Everybody. Everybody. Everybody's having fun. You and me, we are the ones. We celebrate this day, we do. And we'll play till the night is through. This is the kind of fun I like. Having a good time playing the drum. Everybody sing along. And we will make up another song. This is so much fun, you know. We don't know when to let it go. Hallelujah. I say hallelujah. Everybody's having fun. Hallelujah, we're the ones. We know how to party here. We don't even need no beer. All we need is a glass of water and some drums to play. I'm about to run out of words. It's so much fun. Now you've heard. I gotta run out of film here. My tape's running out on my recorder. Oh yeah, this ain't had no tape. Oh no! Well, I gotta go. One more round. Hey, 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 hey. Everybody having fun. We don't know when the thing is done. We just keep on playing drums. We know how to have some fun. Well, it's hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. I gotta go, I gotta go, I gotta go. I gotta go, I gotta go. Everybody sing low. Everybody sing low. Woo, woo. Hey, oh. Adios.
So the police will be here in about 10 minutes.
I got
So
Everybody, turn to your side, give somebody a high five, and then the other side. Good job.
great. So Yes, I was just going to ask, are we ready for closing comments? Yeah, okay.
Somewhere.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay. So, well, we all know who you are, so. Oh, God.
Oh.
Well, we don't need to introduce her. She's already been
We
introduced.
definitely
for the
don't
day,
need to
Rupali.
introduce me.
Does anybody know now who Rupali is? So
There's so much more to
rockin'.
know. I have many titles, but those titles only represent that which has been my joy. Yeah, but it's not who Rupali is.
And your new title is Rollicking Rupali.
And my real name is Rollicking Rupali. I wasn't sure, so I'm just going to ask it right now of Gerardo how he wanted to do a closing circle. Now, since I was considering the fact that we're talking about unification with the one being the one heart, the one mind, the one hand, indeed the one soul and spirit that we all are, that we could bring the energy down and listen to a group of children singing a song on the theme of let us be united. But it is a change of tone. It may not be appropriate. I would suggest first we do some sharing comments about how whatever's on our heart in this moment, and then perhaps use that as the closing.
Yeah, we were going to get, audience input, so. Oh. Well, right. Won't turn down any hugs. So, who would like to share their, just their thoughts, their feedback, their feelings, anything that's on their mind about what they experienced today?
My name is Joyful John, and I just felt really enlightened. I came, I felt nurtured because I came around lunchtime. I had to work beforehand, and everybody was kind to offer me delicious food and friendly faces, a place to sit at the table. And that means a lot. It really does, to be invited to come sit at the table. And then to hear these wonderful guest speakers who you had worked very hard on very short notice to invite, who all came. I was deeply impressed and moved. It was quite a nurturing and fulfilling day. I didn't know how it was going to turn out, but I'm grateful that I came and that I got to experience it and walk away with a much richer heart and soul from the experience. So thank you to everyone who helped make it possible. There were lots of folks helping and running around and, making it go smoothly and quietly without asking for a lot of attention. So everyone who's here and everyone who contributed, thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, John, because you are one of the presenters and you showed up. So we were really grateful for your talents and your leadership in this drumming for peace.
Yeah, thank you for the drumming. It was the perfect coronation of the day. The dancing and the drumming. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
yeah.
Have you ever seen me speechless? Never. This has been wonderful. It's been a wonderful experience, a lot of joy and a lot of peace throughout the day. I truly, truly enjoyed it and everything and everybody. And I'm terrific, Terry. Passing it on.
Yeah. Thank you, Hannah and Gerardo, for facilitating this and all the work that it took to organize it and email and follow up and text and to make all this. Yeah, it's just thank you so much, y'all. I would say a couple things resonate for me. When I first walked into the space and it looked different, like the configuration of the chairs, and it felt very intentional. It felt like we were in a learning environment where we were going to be with each other in a different way. And so it still felt like a spiritual center, but it felt like a classroom where there was knowledge being democratized. And so that was really special. You know, hearing Rupali, I was so moved just hearing your story. And during the meditation, my hands started tingling, then my feet was tingling, and I was like, ooh, I gotta talk to Rupali about this. What does that mean? What's going on, right? Right? And so it was just so much, and I'm still processing it, and I'm thankful to be able to be back there with Phyllis to see it's actually a whole team's job that Phyllis is doing, right? It's a team of 4 people, and she's by herself, and so I was able to like be back there with her and Bill to kind of say, oh, this is some incredible work. And it's a lot of pressure on the AV to get it right, and you just like flying by the seat of your pants. But so I'm just so much gratitude for what today is. And the last thing I want to say is I'm thinking about my time here at Unity. I can't believe it'll be 3 years and a couple months, you know. Yeah, and it's like, whoa. And so to be able to see the growth and expansion in real time, it's incredible. It is incredible. So I'm still processing.
Well, I didn't have any expectations about what was going to happen today. I was just thinking of, you know, the title that you had given to the activity. It's going to be a day of peace and and prayer, and to find out that it was so much more than that, in the way that we were enriched with all the information, and also to spend time, you know, during lunch together, enjoying all of your companies. So it was more like a sisterhood and a brotherhood, and I love you all for all that you give to everyone else too. Thank you.
If I can talk now. I've been in and out of this church for 23 years, since we moved here, actually 23 years ago. And I've been a member for 21 years, and there have been times I didn't come for 6 or 8 months, but I started coming back again last year on a regular basis, and it's been one of the best things that I've ever done. And I'm so glad for this experience today and for all the wonderful people here. Thank you all for everything you did, the dancing, the singing, the stories, the testimonies, the meditation, preparing, putting it all together, and just everybody for being here. Love you all.
What I felt today mostly was the connectiveness. There was just a fantastic connective energy. And I thought it was quite remarkable that Reverend Cindy started her presentation talking about Indigenous people and honoring Indigenous people. And how did we end up? We ended up in a circle, dancing, chanting, drumming. I mean, I think that was fantastic. We made a complete circle.
Well, I was only here for the last 2 items on the agenda, from Terrific Toya sharing her gift of dance, and Joyful John and his drumming experience. It's been very heart-opening. This has been my first time here in this space, in the sanctuary. I've watched online for probably maybe close to a year, I think, you know. So it's just really been a joy for me to be here and having this experience. So thank you all.
Check, check. This is my cousin Desmond, by the way. This has been nice. It's been a pleasure serving
not just today, but just serving overall. And it's really beautiful to witness how we all serve in different ways, and really makes me realize that we are here to serve each other. We are here to be served, and we're here to serve. And this is really beautiful. I really am so grateful. I didn't spend the entire day, but just walking into the space and seeing what was happening, and the energy overall. This is just amazing. I'm so appreciative deeply for, what you've both done in putting this together. There's a song on my heart, because that's what I do. I sing. And dance and drum. One love, one heart, one spirit. One love, one heart, one spirit. And if we put our hands on our heart, then we realize that it's just one heart beating. And we are just so many different expressions of that one heart, but it's just one. And I love you all, and I thank you for your presence, and bless you, and have a good rest of the day.
Well, I wasn't able to be here all throughout the day, but I kept coming back and forth, and every time I came in to the building, I was just overwhelmed by the vibe and the feeling of the love, energy, and connection. It was just here all day. It was really amazing. And I'm really sorry I missed my friend Cindy Grimes, because I used to be the music director at that CSL for a couple of years, actually, and the minister that was there back then, Reverend Peggy, actually did my mother's memorial service for me. So I have a lot of fondness for them, and I think those folks there are great. And I was so excited by all the people that you brought in today. It was just really special, a really special feeling. And I guess I've been here longer than Gary, because I was the music director for over 20 years. So Phyllis, though, she's been here as long as I have, at least. But I also had a song. I was thinking of a song that you guys could just sing along with me, a song of gratitude. It's just like a little chant. And it's real simple. You can just repeat what I sing, and then after that you can take off on your own. But this was like this. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this day. For all the good you've brought our way. For all the good you brought our way. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this day. For all the good you brought our way. For all the good you brought our way. And you just go, thank you, 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 thank you. It's a wonderful day.
Phyllis, would you like to say anything?
I would. That's why I stood up. I've been with the Unity of Gainesville for 35 years. And I've been with Unity since my birth, actually. But I've seen a lot of events, and we've sponsored a lot of events. I'm sure Kathy remembers many of them, because Kathy was our music director for many years. And, we've had people like, we had Deepak Chopra here had to have him in a big stadium down at the university. And we've sponsored things like this. But today's event, to me, was one of the best that we've ever had in the 35 years I've been here. And we've had a lot of really good ones. I don't mean that, you know, this is good and they weren't. We had a lot of really good events. Kathy has brought many presentations here, concerts, musicians who would do workshops, concerts and things that were wonderful. And the energy here at this Unity Church, ever since it's been here, not just this building, but our other building, the feeling is such love. It's always been that way. Anybody who comes here, their first comment is that they feel so loved. And the feeling here today is just such love. And this isn't exactly a Unity-sponsored event. Gerardo and Hannah put this thing together in a matter of days. It's incredible what you did. This is a God thing. That's my term for it. When things all flow together, it's just a God thing. And this today was a God thing. And I'd like to remind you that you, each and every one of you, are the perfect expression of God as you. That's who you are. And that's the truth about you.
I was thinking of a feeling tone I've had for the day, and that is that it was all about empowerment, about opportunity, about enrichment, about reconnection, about knowing that we do make a difference, that we are the centers of peace, that we are the solution, that the solution already is there. It is just that total, for me, the theme of the day was about being in that place of possibility and potential, looking for what, and I think it was Cindy that just said it, not resting in just what is, but in visualizing it as we know it can be. That is the message that came through loud and clear for me.
I would like to I'd like to do a chant to conclude, but first I'm gonna give my time over to Gerardo, because I know I can usually predict 95% of what he's gonna do and say. So, and the 5% I'm really off. But so why don't you just on both of our behalf, just give some concluding remarks, and let's do shalom.
So the word shalom means wholeness. And the word Israel means the one who is struggling with its own divinity. That's what Jacob changed. He was struggling with the angel. He was struggling with God. He was struggling with his own divinity. So we are all Israel, because we are all struggling with our own divinity. So this is a song for peace and being in the wholeness of the one for all of us. Ose shalom bimramav, uyas shalom aleinu, ve'al kol Israel, ve'imru Amen.
Ya'aseh shalom, Ya'aseh shalom, Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel, Ya'aseh shalom, Ya'aseh shalom, Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Ve'yaseh shalom, Ya'aseh shalom, Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Ya'aseh shalom, Ya'aseh shalom, Shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Ve'imru, Amen. We can do the shalom chant now.
That was the 5%.
So we do a shalom chant that is following our natural breath, each of us. We chant the word shalom, that is sha, it's the opening, and om is the primordial sound of existence. So in shalom, we have the opening of the heart to the wholeness of all existence. Shalom. But once we chant that shalom, we continue, no matter if the neighbor ended or is still singing the shalom, and we repeat it, and we repeat it, and repeat it, and then at the beginning it's a cacophony. But then we start harmonizing, and in just in a moment we will be all in this harmony of Sha and Lom. And we do that for several minutes, and the rabbi always said, and then we can relax on this shalom. It's like really being taken by a wave in the ocean of this harmony of the universe, okay? So we take a breath for shalom, and then we continue, we don't stop, okay? So, Shalom, 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 It's like it goes like a wave. You know, when you have 200 people in a synagogue, you imagine. It goes like a wave, and when you have 200 people in a synagogue and they're all doing this, you know, it really, and then we did it like for 10 minutes. I mean, it was just forever, and this harmony at the end, it was just amazing. Yeah? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming. Peace to you. Shalom. Salam. Namaste. Hugs all around. Hugs all around. Yes.
We could use help resetting for Sunday service. All these lovely chairs.